back. I'd like to write a little program that switches cameras when I look the other way. So I have a second webcam. Like, could switch to this camera. Like, could literally have it be like this. Whenever my head changes directions. But go back to this one. Kind of like this one. Let's see what we got. Let's go. I almost would like to build the Restream server and integrate Twitch and have both chats coming up. But I want to finish building these configs. Firefox, Chrome. Yeah, we need Firefox. And then Python, PyServe. So we have some 2x2s, 2x2x2, 2x2, 2x2x2x2, 2x2. So one thing I want to do, I want to have like a there's some checks we're gonna have to do. There's some bugs we're gonna get. So I want to create a buffer where these guys are always separate. Map config, camera config, max top down height. It's 2000. So you still should be able to zoom out. There we go. So these are off by half a one for some reason. The map constructor. It's because we're probably not using the we are using the map offset, but for some reason overdrive. We got a half a square off. Oh, I bet we end up with a odd number when we have half. So when we, let's see, we get okay, pathways, math.round. Oh, we're losing the half. We are losing the half. That's what it is. But what we can do is we can say, now we've got another problem. So some of these could end up, I've got to fix this camera. I wonder why. I'll be right back. I need to go check on something. See, this is not right. Some of this is, or we got some weird bugs. There's something that's not right here. Our D is off by 1. I don't know why though. Like that fixes it. But yeah, there's something weird going on. It's greater than, so it's gonna be greater than or less than and equal to. It's gotta just be greater than or less than, right? It's gotta be greater than. If it's greater than, they start. It's less than or equal to. Greater than or equal to. And then this depends on which direction it's going. Greater than or equal to, less than or equal to. Man, there's some bugs here. This is close, but we're missing something. Starter. Why? We're missing something. Alright, so we need, we're gonna have to come up with a few things, so we'll have to get rid of some of these functions. Right now we're like statically saying that a base can be against the edge of the map, and this obviously is not gonna work. I mean, we could write a frame around the map, but we gotta figure out why console log checking bounds I and j. Hmm. 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 We needed to check the first one. Where's the first one? Okay, what we'll do is we'll say, let checked equal false, and then we'll say, if not checked, then we'll say, console log checking bounds I and j. Let's go all the way to the top. Get rid of this one. Go all the way to the end. Whoa. And then after we do the first row, after for I equals position y. So after this for loop, because this will run through all of the x positions one time, and then it'll go back to the next row. So after we do this the first time, we'll say checked equals true, and then that should just give us the first row. Beautiful. Now we can just check and see why the first row position's off. So it should be comparing against the start, where the maximum is, or maybe we have them backwards. Minimum is -50. So if it's okay, so if the y is greater than the max, greater than the minimum, and less than the maximum, and then let's see, because maybe console log within bounds I and j. There's a whole bunch of these that we check. before we get console log if not checked. So these are not creating pathways. So these are being blocked. What we'll do is we'll add another parameter here. We'll add another check. Say let created equal false. And then if we actually do create a pathway, we'll say created equals true. And then we'll say checked equals created. We're checking a lot of bounds, but the first row that we create is this 37 by 28. So the 37.5 I'm not quite sure why I'm not really sure why it's got a half value and it's spawning in the right position. I do know that this there's also one that's being created here. Two actually that's created for some reason. This is trickier than I anticipated. We could do a linear interpolation of a square. We could come up with some fancier logic. But part of this problem is so weird that these even line up the way that they do. Like all of this is wrong. And if we try a different map size, it'll break, I guarantee it. Like if we say 75, let's say 55 and 65. Now we're gonna be a quarter off. Yep. So this method does not work at all. Because if we end up with arbitrary map values, we end up with arbitrary map offsets. All relative to the size. Like, these squares are working. Kind of. I'm not even sure if they're working right, though. Yeah, see, we get those really weird values. Fuck. Okay, what we need to do, we need to add some clamping rules. When we this always needs to be map offset will always be half of the square size, so that's fine. What's not okay is these half grid values. There's not really anything I can do about it, actually. Other than always use whole numbers. Okay. I think we're gonna go back to what we were doing for our path constructor. Instead of creating a path like this, what we'll do what I really want to do is take and if we have a red square here, and we have a blue square here, we're gonna have to use some linear algebra. I want to take the center point of this one and the center point of this one, calculate the line here, and then take, so if our path width has a buffer, plus buffer minus buffer Then I want to take this. Find this point. And then basically triangulate here to find the start and end lines. This is like a little bit more complex, but I think this would work. The only problem that this introduces is if we have another area up here and its angle overlaps this. We can't allow that, because then troops would spawn here and just detour the base. Another option is to let it overlap to where it builds like this, and then extend this out to this whole region. But I don't think I want to do that. I think I'd rather check if there's an overlap. And then just say if it overlaps, we just start with a +1. We can break this problem down though. Rotating Cartesian coordinates. I know I have to use sine and cosine. Rotation of mathematics axis in 2 dimensions is mapping from a Cartesian coordinates to xy, in which the origin is kept fixed. And x and y axes are obtained by rotating their angle theta. Yeah, I knew we had to use cosine. So theta is the angle for those that don't know, and then r would be radians, I believe. Using the standard trigonomic function. I said theta, this is actually our angle. The angle of the rotation. So this doesn't exactly help us though, because the problem here is like if we say well, what we could do is we could just create the path buffer. We just start at the origin of both. And then we walk our path, as long as we have a whole number. And then we add the path buffer. So we just walk this path, as long as we're not inside here, we're not inside here. And we are within the bounds of our buffer. Because this shit don't work. Like, it don't work so much that I'm willing to just go in here and delete. This whole function. Like, we do get the whole numbers for the path. I'm okay with this, actually. The only thing we need to check for is if we have, like, a weird value. Do we end up with half values? Okay, so that's fine. Let's see what else. Because we were using width, and that's probably not the answer. Like before, we were just starting here and ending here, and then we were calculating width this way. And then, actually not sure how we were getting the odd numbers that we were getting. Start bounds and end bounds, which would be start x and start y. Minimum and maximum divided by 2. So start x and end x. Start bounds is the region. What are we logging here when we have array? Start, oh, we are getting these half values. So that's part of our problem. Because, okay, let's go back and look. Because we have this, the min and max divided by 2. If we end up with like a 47.3, do we get another weird? Yeah, we get weird start XY values. Because squares is not defined. That's fine, I don't care. Map constructor. Where's this at? Line 196. Where do squares come from? Oh, because we deleted the function. Let squares equal, we'll just do this for now. Bad squares. So these are still working, right? So what we need to do is, instead of calculating the min and max average, which is kind of stupid that we even thought of doing that, when we construct the player area and we pick player positions, we push the player positions. Constructing player bounds. So we actually just need to grab the position. I don't know why I didn't do that. That makes a lot more sense. Region position X, and then region position Y. That's why we added that in there in the first place. Now we should get numbers that make sense. It still doesn't make sense. Because when we define position, we pick a random X and Y. We times it by the grid size. And the grid size is a really weird number, so I'm glad it works, but let's see. This gives us a 0.5. This should give us a whole number. If these are not whole numbers, we end up with 0.5s in the grid. Which, it's not the end of the world, but it means that all of our maps need to be whole numbers. Which again isn't the worst thing in the world, but I want to add something to this UI because it's getting on my nerves. I was gonna say column 2 and column 4. Well, that doesn't work because it's also not very good. It's ugly. That's better. Let's also make the width of this thing like 23. There we go. Do we need column 4 now? Can we column 6 again? There we go. That's more reasonable. Okay. So if we calculate this, I'm curious if we really need to even calculate this start and end, because if we calculate the width of this, we just start walking. And then if we are greater than the x and y, or greater than the x, or greater than the y, that means we're outside the bounds. Here's a trick. So instead of calculating this angle, here's a little trick. So we can calculate the vertical buffer here. Problem is that this angle is going to be different, but that's what we're doing with sine and cosine. So it'd be plus or minus x and plus or minus y. So if we know the distance, so let's do some math, buddy. If we know the distance of our slope, and we know the angle, which is theta, then we can calculate the x distance, x, and then the distance of y. I think that'd be better than we only calculate the angle one time based on the distance of the path. So we have to first have the slope here. So calculate slope of line is just the y2 minus y1 divided by x2 over x1. right? Okay, so let's create a little math function in our map constructor. When we create our pathways, we know what the start is and we know what the end is. This gives us the interpolation, which is our path center. We'll let the angle do we want to do that? Let's say theta. Do we want to do a tan 2? Pretty sure that's just doing the same thing as let's compare these. At theta 2 equal oh, tangent of theta. I'm like not the best at math. Formula for slope, Cartesian. Mx plus b. I'm used to doing it that way. This is how I'm used to doing it. Which is, I think, the same thing. Yeah, I think that's the same thing I'm doing. We could do that. The line of the equation is, this gives us x and y. We can solve for x and y that way. But yeah, let's just do end y minus, let's see, the start y. The tangent of theta equals m is the slope. That's what I thought. Okay. So we don't need the distance. We have the distance, kind of. Let's go to our interpolation function. Actually, yeah. Ending y and ending x. That's interesting. This gives us the distance. This gives us the total steps. This gives us the distance. Actually, we're gonna have to change this formula too because our steps. Actually, it's okay. This actually optimizes it a little bit because we're counting steps as this way. Like we never go over and down. We always skip a line. Not skip a line, but like always go to the next line And this will work too because we're just calculating the angle this way, so like it'll look somewhat natural. So we take x1 and y1 and then x2 and y2, and we subtract y2 minus y1 divided by x2 minus x1. So start y divided by ny, and let's console log a tan 2 versus division. So these are two completely different numbers. And I don't even know. Okay, so I had to look it up. This formula, a tan 2, this gives the angle of the line in radians from the positive x-axis to the lines. I should have known that. Duh. Sine and cosine always converts to a tan, basically. It accounts for the sine of both x and y, the literal sign, positive and minus, and works in all quadrants. Does not directly give you the slope, but gives you the direction of the line. Okay, so this one I was right. This does give the actual slope. So we can just rename this slope. I'm not sure though. Why? Okay, I see. -2 gives us this way. No, this way. And this gives us -27. So, let's see. So this is where it gets tricky. So we have the slope now. We have the slope of this line. We don't need that. We want to take and calculate, given two parallel lines, what's the 90-degree angle given our path buffer This is our path buffer. Can we just move this over here? So given a positive buffer and a negative buffer, we have the theta. Yeah, so what we need to do is we need to then calculate the 90-degree angle of that distance. So we have to figure out the size of the triangle. And this is like some tricky maths. Like we could draw a line here. We could already draw the line. And we are doing some of this. Like we could say path center. We could just say for each position let square equal this mesh, rotate the square, scaled y and z. I don't care if it's within bounds, but not within bounds. So there's our somewhat. Go to this definition. One of these is off. So we're already calculating. Whoa, that's ugly. I'm not quite sure why it's doing that, but that's fine because we're going to end up. So what we're trying to do is calculate these angular lines. Parallel line distance Cartesian. Jesus. All this shit, like, the formulas are so much more complex than the actual math when you have to, like, when you do this, for example. Slope intercept form. Yeah, like all of these formulas are so much more complex than what it actually takes to do the math. I just suck at math. We could calculate 90-degree, add the distance, and then calculate back, but that's really stupid. Like this. Actually, I think we are gonna have to do that because that makes sense. I used to be so good at like linear algebra, geometry. So change in y, change in x. That's what we're doing. And then where m is the slope and b is the y-intercept. Let's see. Let's see. Let's see if I can find this damn calculation because what we need to do. Let's see if this works on our 3x3 as well. Map. Where the heck is map? There it is. 3x3. Boy, that's all jacked up. Map height, we'll make it 60. Uh-oh, end y is undefined. A little buggy. Game modes in 3v3. Minimum height equals 4 and 6. Oh wait. 3 and 4 and then 6 and 7. Let's try that. This almost gives us something, but yeah, so if you see here, before we were doing the line this way, but we need to be doing the line this way. And so, oh, we might actually end up with a gap here. Interesting. Because these will completely skip a line. Yeah, we're gonna have to change that formula too. It looks like, because if we're calculating the line this way, well, no, if we have the whole slope, as long as we stay within the bounds, we'll see. So it looks like we can say, if we say, if we say, let dx equal, Okay, what we're gonna do, I hope this works. It should work. I'm getting confused. Let's say the distance. The distance should be, yeah. Right, I haven't done this in so long. And then we can say, let oh, wait. We don't need that distance. We need to say, dx equals, config path buffer. And then the square root, the power of 2, and then dy equals that. And that's the offset. So then, if we say, let path bounds start x. That's not right. We'll say right x, right y, and left x. You got these backwards, buddy. We need to add. Oh, wait. We add x and subtract y. And then left y. No, what the fuck am I doing? X and y is the offset. Oh, this is gonna be way too far. Let's see. So this is fine to give us this. Like, we could just use this to get the distance. What am I doing? We actually only need dx. That's all we actually need. So we know the center location, so we don't need dy. We should be able to say path center let right path and then left path. That's all we need. And then we say let center squares, let left squares, and let right squares. And then squares is not defined. Line 203. Look at that. Let's go to our map config. Path buffer is 3. Let's try this. The left side would be Now this is a huge mess now. Right path, we will say, I think this is actually kind of right, because this looks right. Let's go back to 2x2, since obviously this was working better. Oh, I said that, and then it looks like shit. Do 1x1 for now. So, start Y. Yeah, I think that's all we need. There we go. So we do actually need dy, and then we'll say the left side gets minus dy, and then the right side gets plus dy. Oh, did it? Oh, that's not good. -1 divided by slope. We'll say right path is, oh, we can't just add it. We can't just straight up add it, because it could end up being a negative, and it'll offset our path by a whole lot. This seems to be working though. In some cases, in other cases it's not. I don't know why. And then we get these weird glyphs. It's weird that this works sometimes, but not all the time. Um, let's do this. Let's say math dot floor, so we get a whole number, and then we'll do math dot ceiling. So we always get whole numbers. I'm just not sure why sometimes these paths don't work. Like, let's say console log path, pathway, pathway. Else squares dot push. So it looks like, okay, for some reason we're getting these outside of the bounds. So our within bounds function's not working properly. It's not our slope function that's not working properly. That seems to be working just fine, actually. So then let's go back to our map and try 2v2 and see if this has anything to do with it. There we go. And it looks like our meshes are lining up as well, which is great. I don't know why the within bounds is not working right, but now let's go back and try 3v3. So it is drawing all of this. That's not right. Some of these are not. So some of these, it's just not giving us anything. Wonder why that is. I wonder if we are, let's see, position, region. So let's compare this to a working one. This is why you log content. That slope is a little off, but that's fine. I want to know why. Let's see, the last one, for example. This is blue 1, blue 2. Blue 2 and blue 1? No, blue 0. Minimum and maximum. I'm so confused. Like, why? Slope is -2. The distance of slope is 0. Distance is 0. Interesting. Let's go back to our map constructor. Why does distance sometimes return 0? Why does slope sometimes return 0? Is it because we're doing a floor? If we do ceiling, no? Slope of -1, distance of 3. -0. That doesn't make a whole lot of sense. see if I can find. If slope is 0, then dx is the path buffer. Look at that. Yeah, so in the case where slope was 0, we were getting problems. Now we need to figure out why red 2 and blue 2 why would these two not work? So if start x is 0, and this is -4, 0, and -4, -9, 3 minus -9 should equal 6. Let's just console log steps. We'll actually do warn so these stand out more. I need to find one that doesn't work. There we go. So we need to find red 2 and blue 2. So end is 0, 0. Why is end 0, 0? Hurting my head, hurting my head. Appreciate everybody that's been tuning in, by the way. Give me a shout in the chat if y'all are here, man. Appreciate everybody tuning in. It's quiet. Sometimes I'll be feeling like I'm talking to myself. Also, be down to play some music if anyone gives a request in the chat. I don't know if this path bounds are gonna work like this. I mean, it works until the angle's really... Yeah, we can do it like this. We'll just go from left to right. While X, or we can go vertically, it doesn't matter. But that would die, so we have to go horizontally. Have to go horizontally for this to work. We'll just fill in all the horizontal lines. I need to fix this freeform camera though. Also, I need to change these to be solid mesh. I mean, this needs to be a spawnable area, but instead of using squares like this, we need to use a solid mesh. But anyway, so our start is 0 to 10. 2, 8, and 0, -10. So the end position let's find us another one. It's the red 2s, man. Red 2 and blue 2. So the region mapping is red 2. The region is 0, -11. That gives us a start. 0 and -11. Oh, because we're not setting it to end. Start x equals 0 and start y equals 0. There we go. Just a little bug in the code. There we go. Now we've got spawnable areas. Look at that. We can do some math. Okay, so now we can, if we can figure out why our within bounds function is not working. Not within bounds, position x and y. Our bounds is probably not right. Let's get rid of all of these console logs and start over with our logging. Console.warn. Okay, now within bounds, return, nope. Let's see. Console log failed. Position X and Y. Console log bound. I mean, it's cool that we're generating this, but like, okay. These are all the failed points. Why? Let me find one. It's not within bounds. Like, this would be -6, maybe? All of our maps offset by half a location, too. Our player's not in the right location. -4 to... Oh, all of these are scaled. Okay. The bounds are... Instead of trying to dig apart this way, let's actually look at where the bounds are being created. Oh. Start bounds and inbounds. Let's look at our bounds. Let's actually, let's change this. Let's say if let's make it I is Y and J is X. So if we'll say starting, ending, and then if X is greater than the let's change the name of this to valid step. X is greater than the starting X. What is it? How is the bound set up? X max start X max or less than any of those. And the Y or and I'm gonna try to change the logic. Start is not defined. Where? Well, that's not even right. Let's change the map back to 1 by 1. Just make this easier. And then let's make the map smaller as well. 30 by 30. On buffer, we'll make it 4. There we go. At least these things are starting to work now. Also, camera config, default zoom, let's make it like 750 because that's so far away. 500. Okay, failed 1 by 8. Actually, let's say console log checking let's do it like this. Checking X and Y. if it's greater than this max x, and oh, this is fucking weird. We've got to do bounding box collision. Valid step is not. Okay, so let's think. If it's greater than the x, or greater than the y, or less than the minimum, or less than the minimum. So if it's outside the box. If it's greater than the max, or less than the minimum, or greater than the max, or less than the, and it's also greater than the end. Can't tell if that's closer or not. I feel like we're off though. Like I feel like this something's not right here. That's close though. Checking 5 and 11 against against bounds, start and end. Against start we don't need shoot fire. There's so much shit going on here. So we'll put the bounds here, and then we'll just say failed or passed. So it's weird because sometimes it works and then sometimes it doesn't. It seems like this is so off. Do I have my positions backwards? Let's see, I is the Y. I bet you I have the positions backwards. Look at that. Look at that. Look at that. Boy, oh boy. Look at that. Boom. We've got path generation. Mother sucker. That's dope. That's dope, dope, dope. Okay, so if valid step we don't need the console log. We don't need any of this now. We only want the valid steps. We don't even need these anymore. Cool. This is cool as shit. So what we can do, what I was thinking before, is if there's an overlap now. So like if we end up, we can add a check when we go to create these. If we go to create a path and there's already Like if we go to create a path like this, and there's already squares here, we can, it'll create like this weird glyphing, and we can probably clean it up, but we can check for an overlap between here. So like if these two paths are in place, for example, we can detect that we have an overlap, and we can say all of these get removed. I'm not going to go into the logic of that right this second, but basically we'll detect a collision in here, and we'll say colliding, we'll call colliding, and that'll tell us that this is the maximum and minimum y. So then our paths will come up this way and they'll turn in here, and it creates a funnel. So then the user has to create a maze to funnel them. It'll create really interesting and dynamic maps, hopefully. So let's scale the map back up to 2v2 and see if this thing still works. Cool. This is super cool. We're gonna have to add buffers around the map and between the spawn areas, but if we go up to like 80 or 60, and then we go to 3v3. Look at that. Boy, oh boy, we got some maps. That's one thing I don't like. So what we might want to do, let's check this. Let's find, at a certain level of angle, we might want to add these vertically. Because we don't want like really wide paths in some places and really narrow paths in others. Like this is technically the right distance, but because of the angle, it needs to be swapped. Really, actually, this, let's see, the other thing we could do is add the Y factor, but that's not exactly. I don't know why I didn't think of just doing this. This is actually really stupid, and the fact that I didn't think of doing this is really stupid. I mean, we could, this is one of those examples where sometimes things are way more complicated than they need to be. We could just add a path buffer. Like instead of doing all of this, we could just say let D equal the path buffer, and then we just add D, the right path, and the problem is it moves it up. Maybe if we say minus D and plus D, so then it'll overlap. This might give us some problems, but minus D plus D minus D minus D. No, this also has to be plus D. Plus D. And then we'll do this again just so we can see. Squares push dx is defined. I'm aware. It's supposed to be d. It's kind of ugly, but it that's not right. But the collision's still working. Let's see. This is our actual slope. So the right path is adding minus plus. Okay, the right path needs to be plus x minus y. That's what it looks like. And then the ending needs to be plus x and minus y. And then the left path. Okay, so that will work actually only depending on the angle. So we actually still need to calculate the slope to tell us which direction to add. This is kind of complicated, but left path is minus x. Yeah. Boy, that's all jacked up. Okay, we still have to figure out the slope. This is what we're gonna have to do. We're gonna have to say let slope equal, yeah, the end and the slope. Start x, start y. That's for each mapping. Where do we have dx? How did we end up there? Boy, these are ugly. They still look better than they did, ironically or not. This is one of those cases where they overlap, so we would have to remove this one. And probably these as well. But they shouldn't overlap there. So what we need to do, we need to get rid of, where are we doing the checking? Console log. Okay, so stringify. If the path is negative, path of 1 means it's going to the right, and then positive is to the right. So what we can say is get rid of D here. We can add the slope. We don't need the path either. We just needed that for internal purposes. We can get rid of D because we can calculate D. We have D saved in the config actually. So some more simplification. All these paths are the same now. Let's go to our lerp. Let's say the slope is so my head hurts. I think we can just create all the steps here actually. We're gonna change lerp to lerp path. And then what we'll do, since we're going vertical, we're gonna go across no matter what. That's not true. We're gonna create some really weird shit here. For the time being though, let's just get rid of this and just say path, and then path, and then get rid of left and right squares, and then we'll say path, pathway. Actually, I want to say pathway and path. Because this is the way, the whole way, and then we create the area by pushing the squares, because this is just an array of steps. So pathway is just the steps, the path is the actual path. Oh, redirection, path, area. We'll just say path area. That's fine. So then what we want to do is we're going to say, if the slope is greater than 0, then start, shit. Okay, fuck? Okay, we'll say left x equals start x if slope, how do I say this, let angle, how do we say this, we'll say ascending is going to the right, so ascending equals slope is greater than 0, and then left x will be start x. So if it's going this way, the y needs to go up and then down, and then x I think the x always gets the config dot path buffer, and the right x always gets it, but the let right y equals, so if it's ascending, that would be descending actually. So if it's descending, then it gets added to the path buffer, otherwise it gets, yeah, I think that's right. And then the y equals oh, we gotta have left start x left start y right start x and right start y. And then we also need index and y. I think if the, so we're gonna have to add another one. If the angle is like really far, if it's a really wide angle like this, if it's over a certain point, then we might just add the y. Actually, that's probably not right. I think we're always gonna add and subtract for the left and right. It's just a matter of which way y goes. Because if it's going this way, we have to subtract it. And if it's going this way, we have to add it to be on the right side. To be on left or right. So now I've got left and right. So y equals so steps equals the math dot min of so the minimum of the left start y and the right start y minus the maximum it's got to be the other way around. The maximum so this is a higher number, like negative goes up, so we have to subtract the higher number. I think that's right. Like if this is 20, I'm just throwing numbers out there, and this is 10, then 20 minus 10 would be 10, which would be the number of steps. If we did it backwards, we'd end up with a negative number. I don't know why we would need y now. Because we're not going to do this the same way at all. And then for x, we're not even going to do that. So for the number of steps, we're going to say, let's see what it comes up with if this solves my problem. Let's just try this shit. I have no clue if it's going to work right. Yeah, totally not. That's not what I want to do anyway. So for the number of steps, bro, I don't know what you're trying to do here, but it's not what I want, motherfucker. We could actually find the x distance. That might actually solve our problem as well. Left index. Let's actually try this real quick because these are backwards. Start x is sticking. That's almost something. It's kind of ugly, but I mean, it looks good at the really wide angles. But I don't think we need to do that. I think we can, let's see, slope 5. What are the odds of that? I don't even know how you get a number like that. I mean, this works at wide angles, but not at the narrow angles. This is one of those cases we'd have to overlap, we'd have to erase. So I think that we can actually, I think what we can do I mean, this mostly works, but we could say 4J Why would we do that? Yeah, this is stupid. That's all you need right there. Starting X. Shit, this is confusing. Like, now we've got another problem. So, we have two angles. We either have an angle going this way, or we have an angle going this way. And we have to iterate across this plane. What we can do, though, is we can say, for I... I don't want to calculate the width every time. Shit. Okay, we have the total numbers of steps. What we'll do is we'll say, let this is the total number of steps. But maybe we don't have to do that. Let's see. Another way we could do this is we could say our starting X and Y would be here. So while we can get this is hurting my head. There's so many ways to do this and it's fucking with my head. like I've got like 5 ways in my head that we could do this. Like we could find this point here and we can go through all of these steps. But then we have to check whether we're in the bounds here. Which means we either have to calculate this path first, or we have to calculate the distance here and check if this was within the bounds. And so if we're going to calculate this first, we can just do that, and then we have the ability to say while we're here to here. The problem is though, at this point here there is no left. So again, we still have to calculate this point at some point to determine where to start from, which is useless here because this will always be within the bounds. So the most optimal thing to do would be to use the bounding box and just say, while we're not in the bounds, go to left or right. But then we have to iterate from the start to finish, which we have. We have the maximum number of steps. We already have that. Well, I broke it. But we're already getting the distance between 2 points, so we have the maximum steps here. We don't have the bounds here, but we could move this lerp path function inside the create path area, and then we would have that value. Or we could pass the region here instead, and then we don't need it here. We don't have to do that check later. But then that changes the way that we calculate bounds. And that becomes some complicated, tricky logic, but it's not the worst idea. But then that adds in a few more calculation steps. So many ways to do this. And this is actually quite expensive because every time we do this valid step function, we check every single one of these and one of these. But if this is false, then it just skips this next step, so it just says false. But we at least check 4 values every time for every square, which is quite expensive. Granted, we only do it when we create the map, but it is quite a bit. But if we do bring in the bounds here, let me just say console log bounds. This gives us an object with our bounds. I think I'm gonna have to take a break because I've been at this for 2 hours and we had some cool path generation. I'm just gonna let it do what it does just to have something for just a moment. Create pathway, because we're not doing that here anymore. So we would just say push square. But this would be a lot more straightforward this way. Why is not a number? I have no clue what this is even doing, actually. I'm not even thinking about it. I'm just seeing if it'll do something. I know this is not right, though. Oh, because steps I can equal 0. No. No, that's not right. Fuck it. Let's just do what this thing does and see what it says. Yeah, that's way jacked up. My head is hurting. That doesn't do it either. This thing doesn't even know what to do. Yeah, it's stupid as hell. I'm just gonna keep letting it do random shit until it figures out how to do something useful. Nope. I'm gonna come back to this later because I don't feel like thinking. And my brain hurts, and I don't like basically any of this. Oh, this is off. The left side should always be on the left, and the right side should always be on the right. Math.max left and y, right and y. They got that all jacked up. I don't even know how I did that. That's kind of funny. It's just making shit up over here. So, what we'll do is we'll calculate the left path and right path. Calculate left path. Calculate right path. Let's see if it does this. Nope. It doesn't know what the hell it's doing either. We had it working before. We could actually go back to what we had. We could say, let steps equals, and then we'll say, end y minus start y. And then we'll say, let dx equal, put the path at the top, calculate the slope here. Don't need this one. This is actually the number of steps in the path. And then, just to make sure this works, for the number of steps, let's see what this does. Can't access lexical slope before it's defined. Well, it's trying to do something. What is it trying to do? It's acting crazy. I don't even know. Don't generate shit. I don't want you to generate nothing. What we'll do is we will say for each step, and then go back to my original. World map constructor. Let's see. X plus equals dx. Y plus equals 1. And then we'll say path dot push math dot round math dot floor math dot ceiling. X is not defined. Let start X, let Y will start Y. Okay, so we've got our paths again. So this is where we need to actually say this is our actual walk function. We've got the start X and the start Y, so like we could say path dot push X equals left start X, left start Y, right. And this should give us these bounding points. Our slope is backwards though, so that's something worth noting. There we go. So then this should traverse here. Path buffer, let's go to map config and say path buffer is 2. There we go. It's more reasonable. So we can say left start x equals plus dx. Can we do that? And the same for right. And then we can say horizontal, let cross walk equal right start x minus left start x. And then we can say let dy equal the math max of the right start y. That's the distance of y divided by the crosswalk. And then we shouldn't need that one. We should be able to say for crosswalk that's close but not really. We do actually need x and y plus 1. Actually, I don't know if we do. We say left x plus dy math dot floor. I feel like we're really close. Return we're close. We're just we're getting too many y's. It's really close too. left. Right would be higher, so right minus the left would give us the crosswalk size. Oh, we need to say less than or equal to. This is like really close, but we're off by something, and I'm not really sure why. So we need to do this after. And then get rid of these. We're just off by half the size, and I'm not sure why. The config path buffer. Oh, now we're off the other direction. The minimum the start and the end. We're like really close. This is one of those points where it's good to take a break. Get add, get breaking point. Path mapping is a PETA. Appreciate everybody that's tuned in. It has to do with the angle. I know it does. When we have a negative angle, that's what it is. If descending else there we go. That's almost it. That's almost it. Descending else math dot ceiling. Shit fire. I keep saying I'm gonna take a break. I mean, technically this would work, but we're missing something about this distance. Yeah, I knew we were gonna have to add the X deviation. We're so close. It's when it's shallow. When it's shallow, we need to subtract the path buffer. Otherwise, we add it. We'll just leave it. No, if it's shallow, we double it. And then if it's shallow, we double it. I did those backwards. There we go. And then we say if it's a valid step, then we push it in. Oh, we got some problems. Damn it. We're so close. It's because we're using this floor function in the ceiling. Actually, that's probably not the problem. Pretty sure it's because we're doubling it. Could say times 3. It's because we're ending up with a half number. It's because we have 15 here. Because we have an odd number. And the map offset is half of the square size. we get rid of the half, now we end up with the whole other set of problems. Jesus Christ. Oh, you know what else? We are saying that we x equals math dot round. There we go. Look at that. Let's do 1.5, maybe? Oh, you know what we could do? We can say, divided by the absolute. So we scale it based on its slope if it's shallow. Although we could also do the y. So if it's descending, we would say left start y equals shallow, and then we would say left start y times math dot absolute of the slope. That doesn't work. Yeah, that's not gonna work. Yeah, we can't do that. This works though, mostly. It kind of goes through the other side, but if descending and shallow I have no clue what that just did. Yeah, that's not good. That's not good at all. What I wanted to say was, if x is less than bounds minimum x, we need to say if shallow and x if descending and x is less than bounds minimum x, we're just gonna break. Else, if not descending and bounds is greater, then we'll break. What do we say? Return. No, continue. Continue. We don't want these ones spawning outside. That's the problem that we're having. Yeah, okay. I think that fixed it. No, we still got one spawning outside. So I don't know why. I mean, this is pretty good so far. I don't like this though, that's ridiculous. If we are descending, let's just try swapping these. Yeah, so that should be descending. Oh, they're backwards. Did that fix it? It looks... No, fuck, man. I want to know how to get this one square. Also, why the hell is that so big? Why was my menu so big? That's crazy. Also, I'm not sure why my selected target's not working now. Selected target. Ray casting. Are we not calling get intersection now? Where's state at? State. Cursor target. Where were we at? We're almost there. We'll say, so now we've got grid square coordinates. This -12.5 and -10.5. Now, if we can find those. -12.5, -11.5. These should be descending. The rest of these should be ascending. We need to change map constructor. We need to change the name from descending to ascending since they're going the opposite direction. There we go. Ascending. This is considered shallow. If it's ascending, we want to floor it. Otherwise, we want to ceiling it. I'm okay with that, but I want to know why this one. So this is our... That looks a lot better. So... Yeah, where they overlap, we'll have to remove these. So it's ascending, and it's shallow. So it's shallow, and it's ascending. Okay, shallow and ascending again. We're missing a few blocks here. That's kind of problematic, but... I mean, it could be right, actually. It's just hard to tell. Um... Left start y equals shallow. And if it's shallow, then if it's ascending, then we're gonna say left start y. So if it's ascending, I mean the left is gonna be -1, else +1. If it's shallow and it's ascending, if it's shallow and it's ascending, man, there's a whole lot of crazy logic here. There's a whole lot of logic here, but we only have to do it once. We're just iterate through all the steps. There's a few if statements, but what it is that these shallower paths are actually wider. What did we do that just changed that? It's almost like that actually made it worse. Maybe we need to take them the opposite direction. Maybe we scaled it the wrong way. That seems to be pretty uniform, actually. Seems a bit more consistent. We were getting some weird glyphing or whatever before. I'm okay with some of these weird structures appearing. Happy accidents, if you will. What I don't like is this. So it's descending, it's shallow. This is -13 and 8. I don't even know where it's coming from. Because we're adding the offset, right? Push position. Yeah, we do the path buffer. The path buffer is actually I have no clue why. Oh, because down here when we create the area we add the offset, which is 7.5. So this would be 1, 6, and 1, 7. Neither of which are in this list because it's not this one. We can't check it here, can we? Or can we? Yeah, we can. I think this will look kind of cool when there's like troops funneling through these areas. I think we're gonna have to scale it down quite a bit though. Man, there's a lot that's been put into this already, and it's kind of hard to tell, but we are gonna have to scale this thing up. Like, if we say, this is what we gotta do. We gotta say that the square size is like 6. And then that creates more steps. Then the grid size, let's see, camera, we'll say 1400. It's gonna be way out here. And then the map, we're gonna double the map size. And then the spawn buffer is like 8. And the path buffer would be like 4. We also have to scale our model now, character controller. Oh, that's interesting. Now our camera config's broken. Standard zoom height is 1. Max zoom height is 2.5. And we'll start at third person. Let's switch this top down. Let's do default zoom equals 2. Default zoom height is 1.5. Okay, we're gonna have to make some adjustments. 1 and 0.75. Our guy's a lot lower now, so our minimum zoom needs to be like 0.5. Default zoom. Oh, you know what? I need to change all this back because 2.5 and then 2.5 because it's not here. This isn't the problem. The problem is in the camera controller. We're actually scaling the zoom when we calculate this target offset. So Z is, let's cut this down to 5 and 3.3, and I bet that makes a big difference. Let's just say -1. And then just normal zoom height. We're almost there now, actually. Boy, this is all messed up. So it was 10 and 6.6. Can we say minus 10? And minus plus 6.6? Heck no. Plus 10 minus 6.6. Do we even need that scale on the Y? I feel like that's just not right. Whoa, boy, what is going on? Zoom is less than minimum zoom. Map config. Camera config. Minimum zoom. Let's do 0.5. Zero 0.25. Where do we go to first person? If zoom's less than the minimum, can zoom out. If we're not zooming out, then we set it to first person in MMO. And then, I mean, like, first person's great. I love it. But our zoom height is messed up. Times 2. Let's just multiply it. One 1.6. We'll leave it there. And we'll actually say config height scalar and config zoom scalar. And then in the camera config, where is our camera config? There it is. We will have a height scalar equals 1.6 and zoom scalar equals -10. And we don't use equals, we use semicolon. So by default, we're starting like way up here. When we initialize our update free camera, when we initialize our camera, target offset Z, zoom level, we construct the camera, we set the position to the target offset X, target offset Y. Where does those come from? Target offset, okay. We'll say config default Zoom height. That breaks everything. So let's just fix this. We'll just type it by hand because that's part of what's messing us up. Really? It has to be that? I fucking hate that. That can't be right. We broke something. It's unrelated to this. What did we break here? Alrighty, let's go back. Oh, we did all that shit. And we still didn't fix it. I mean, that fixed our scale. That's what we wanted to do. We wanted to fix the scale here, which helped. Now these paths are a lot wider. Our spawn areas are a lot bigger. We need to have the camera config top down height equals 100. Let's make the top down height 50. Here we go. Let's make it 25. Let's be able to zoom in really far. That way we can move around. We'll be able to look at towers pretty close. And we can even zoom in all the way if we want to. Then we can zoom all the way out if we really, really want to. This will allow us to create really big maps. I've got a headache. So if we comment this out and uncomment this one, then that should switch us to top down by default. And now that we change the scale, we can zoom in a little bit. And we need to figure out why so these should be caught. And I'm not understanding why they're not. I also don't understand how I can sit here and look at code all fucking day. Drive me crazy. Ascending is false, so it's not ascending. If it's not ascending or it is ascending, see, and it didn't catch those. It should catch these. I don't understand why it's not. It's driving me fucking crazy. If path contains, okay, wait. Let position equal this. Push. If path contains position, path, remove item from list, JavaScript. I think we have to use splice. I think that's the pops the last one. Shift removes the first one. Splice removes a specific one. I don't want to iterate through all of them. But we could say filter and not equals position. That's just as fast. If we have duplicates, we want to remove both. Path includes. I don't know if this worked or not, actually. Doesn't look like it because these should not be touching now, but I don't know. For loop, nested if, continue JavaScript. We can say else. I mean, we could put these in functions, which that would be fine as well, but say else. We can say if we'll say const skip beyond limits equals x y m x min x max x. Where does bounds come from? This bound, that might be the problem. We've got start. That's the fucking problem. I'm not accessing the right variables. Return ascending and x is greater than max x or not ascending, and then we just say if shallow and beyond limits it's not min x path, it's bounds dot start dot x dot min. It's that's what it is. I was using the wrong parameters the whole time. That looks like it fixed it because it was going out beyond that. Oh, I spoke too soon. Okay. Or shallow and end. If it's shallow and it's beyond, if its x is beyond the end. If it's ascending, it would be greater than the max. Yeah. Shit. I had a feeling it would be the other way around. You have to say condition, and then we say condition, condition. And so in this case it would be ascending, and then in this case it would be not ascending. Seems like there's something a bit off here. Oh, minimum and then maximum. Cool, cool, cool. I wonder if we get, when we go to, where's our map? Our, not our map, our, where is the intersection? This is in the map controller. Okay. I wonder if we can get the intersect dot type. And then position X and Y. It's mesh, mesh, mesh. When we create intersect name, we named it grid, okay. Let's see, map constructor. We constructed these grid square, create square, create spawn area. We called it team. Question is, can we log? Does the team parameter come through too? Can we add fields that way? Look at that. Look at that. Fuck yeah. So, red, path, and blue. That's so dope. Oh, shit. So, can we say, can we add when we create this thing? Let's see, one more thing. Square, create spawn area, red team, position. When we create the spawn area or the team length, can we say player? And then we just say, the player would be I. And then we say create spawn area player, and then square player equals player. And then when we camera config, because I'm tired of zooming in. Camera config. Let's do like 700, 600. When we go to map controller, can we say team intersect player Look at that. Fuck yeah. Let's move this over just a hair. Actually, I would like to make this a grabbable component, but not right now. That's so dope. Let's go. Red 0, red 2, red 1, path. That's so sick. So, something else we can do then, we can say, let x dimensions equals, let y dimensions equals, and then we can say I equals 0, and then x dimensions, and then we can say let x equals position min plus I, and then we can add that here. X, oh wait, Z. Y dimensions, and then J equals 0, and then J will equal X dimension, and then we will say let X, let Y, let Z, let's say Z dimension, and then we'll say square location equals x and y. What am I doing, bro? Y dimension, y, y, y. Y dimension is not defined. Yes, it is. I just named it wrong. Where is z at? Oh, what did I do? Location, local xy. Okay, I messed something up. There we go. And then in our map controller, instead of saying position x and y, we say location x and y. And then now we should see red 1. Line 74. Oh, it's x and y. Why are these all at 4? Negative 64. Oh, you know what? I know why. We did all that for no reason. Map constructor. We need to put I, J, and I. There we go. Look at that. Look at that. X and Y grid. 16 by 16. That's dope. And then for our path. Let's see, team. Player. We can actually get rid of team and we can just make it a name. Now that'll break our grid. To do integrate logic for selecting player areas versus navigation. Super cool, super cool. Wonder if we could build a 5x5 config real quick. Map config, game modes. Improved stuff. The only thing I'm not sure of now is this, we can just say shallow and beyond limits or beyond limits. Oh, this whole path includes thing. Let's see. We don't need to know the bounds now, or if we're ascending or descending. Map constructor, line 257. We don't need another pathway. I mean, these look good, but we need to see one that overlaps. Like that one did overlap for sure. This one definitely overlaps. So check if item exists in array JavaScript. What we'll do we'll just push it on the path. And then because includes is going to iterate through all of them internally anyway, we're going to say px not position x equals px and position y equals py. So we're going to just iterate, we're just going to remove it. No matter what. Yeah, I'm not sure why that's doing that actually. Um, of course that won't work. If X and Y are the same, then we want to remove it. We'll say P. We'll have to come up with a better way to remove. Fine, stop. Yeah, I'm gonna have to take a break. We're gonna have to come up with a better way to do this. Working paths, get push. This is pretty cool though. We got the ability to pick red player areas, blue player areas. Something that would be clever is to shift the box if there's overlaps like this. But it's alright. Let's add a note to our document. So generate paths. We like this works. Path and node generation working. We need to remove crossover sections that allow bots to skip areas. Headache.